Yes, we can hear you. Good morning, Professor. It's a pleasure to have you. We're going to start in a minute. Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, respected leaders, and valued participants. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. My name is Juhayn Al-Aisri, and I'm delighted to be your MC today. It is a privilege to welcome you to the second day of the first International Conference on Business Sustainability, Enhancing Oman's Innovation and Investment Ecosystem. We come into today with a stronger foundation of ideas, perspectives, and critical questions around the future of business, sustainability, innovation, and investments. Today, we build on that momentum with greater clarity and deeper insights, and a stronger focus on what truly matters, execution and impact. Because understanding the landscape alone is just the beginning, and the real challenge and the real opportunities lies on how we navigate through them, and how we translate strategy into action, and how we align innovation with investments, and how we design systems that create long-term sustainable value. Today, sustainability is no longer a standalone agenda, but it's deeply connected on how innovation is driven and how investment is directed. And the conversations we have today are not just about ideas, but they are about decisions that shape the future of economies. To begin our day, it is my immense pleasure to introduce our first keynote speaker joining us virtually, Professor Mark Gorgon, who is a globally recognized scholar in corporate governance and corporate finance and currently serves as the finance professor at IE Business School. With an extensive academic career across leading institutions in Europe, his work focuses on how organizations are governed and how financial decisions shape long-term performance. He is widely published in top international journals, and his research has contributed to shaping both academic thinking and global policy discussions. Today, he will be speaking on corporate governance in markets with concentrated ownership and control. Professor Gorgon, we're really honored to have you with us today. The floor is yours. Can you talk, Professor? Can you hear?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Yes.
Sorry, I had some issues with my microphone. It's a great pleasure to be here, and I'm really sorry I couldn't make it, and perhaps could cancel at the very last minute. So I'm going to talk about what works in markets with concentrated ownership and control. And first of all, I'm going to say a few words about my understanding of Oman Vision 2014. And I'm then going to say a few words about my understanding of corporate governance in Oman. And then the meat of my talk is going to be about zero duality, and again how it refers to the corporate governance system of Oman. And then finally I'm going to say a few words about auditing patterns. Okay, so my understanding of the Oman Vision 2040 document that it's not a corporate governance code as such, but it has something to say in terms of broad governance principles. And these would be principles that shape the corporate environment, but also the investment environment. I'm very sorry for the kicker that's walking across my desk. So this document talks a lot about transparency and disclosure, and it puts transparency and disclosure of enabling and improving investment in Oman. And then secondly, something else I took away from this document is that the government plays an important regulatory role in this environment. And then finally, there's also a lot of emphasis on the importance of governance quality when it comes to privatization of state-owned enterprises in Oman. Concerning the stock market, there are more than 100 firms listed on the Muscat Stock Exchange, and again the stock exchange also subscribes to Oman Vision 2040, and it aims to transform the stock market into a sophisticated and flexible market, adhering to the highest global standards. So I'd like to say a few words about corporate governance in Oman, my understanding of this. So first of all, when it comes to the board of directors, that's the peculiarity of the system. This board of directors is composed of solely non-executive directors. So it doesn't have any executives that sit on it, which is very different from what you can experience in other countries. And it's also a single tier board, so there's no office board with executive directors. And in this context, the directors and members of the board of directors and also the chair of the board cannot interfere in the daily decision-making of the company. So they're not allowed to make decisions about direct operational matters concerning the company. So that implies that CEO duality is not permitted in Oman. So again, CEO duality would be the case where the CEO also chairs the board of directors. So the two roles are taken over by one single person. I had a look at existing studies on Oman, which talk about corporate governance and ownership, and one such study, Unright and Obey from 2019, argued that the majority of listed companies in Oman are family-owned. I had some trouble finding out what the definition of family-owned companies is. But my understanding is they define a family-owned company as a company that has got family ownership of at least 5%. So that wasn't entirely clear whether the family would be the main shareholder in these companies. But that's data they report on control and ownership in Oman. The other thing that came to mind is the possibility of companies issuing dual-class shares. So that's a practice which exists in much of continental Europe and also the US, where families but also founder CEOs use dual-class shares to keep control while dispersing their ownership. So again, this is a practice which Oman permits, according to my understanding. Okay, let's go over to CEO duality. And again, Oman's Code of Corporate Governance doesn't allow for CEO duality. Again, there are no executives on the board of directors, so that there's a clear separation, and the board of directors only includes non-executive directors. Looking at the rest of the world, for example, countries, in these countries we've had consecutive codes of corporate governance which have discouraged the use of merging the two roles, so discouraged CEO duality. And as a result, in the UK, we've got less than 5% of the companies that have got CEO duality, so a very, very small minority. And this contrasts quite substantially with what's happening in the US. So if you're looking at the largest 500 firms in the US, the S&P 500 firms, you've still got about 37% of these firms that combine the two roles. So very, very different from pretty much the rest of the world. So I conducted a study with Peter Limbaugh and Mike Scholz from Germany a few years ago, and what we did in this study is we looked at the reasons combined was So on one side, you've got the principal agent theory, which argues that net costs from CO duality. So you've got CO duality, it increases CO power, ends up typically entrenching the CO and reducing CO accountability towards shareholders and other stakeholders. So they're net costs. On the other side, there are two other theories that argue that they're net benefits. So that's the resource-dependent theory and also the stewardship theory. And these theories take on a much more positive view about COs. So they typically assume that COs act in the interest of shareholders. There are no conflicts of interest between the executives and the shareholders. So this kind of framework COs may choose CO duality, or what is typically called unified leadership, because it's optimal, because it reduces coordination and also information acquisition costs. So this would be leading to improved decision making and also faster decision making. If you read the Financial Times, every few years there's an article about CO duality, and it's a bit like a sermon. The conclusion is typically that CO duality is optimal. And here you've got an example from 2019 about such an article, and I'm not going to concentrate on the article itself, but I love the comment section in the Financial Times. And two first comments to this article are quite interesting. So the very first comment, they've got a first comment which argues that making one person CEO and full share is like putting the fox in charge of the hen-house. And this practice should be illegal for listed corporations. Second comment, so that comment doesn't reply to the previous comment, but it comments about the article itself, and that comment has got the exact opposite view. So it starts by saying complete nonsense, that the CO duality is what should be enforced, and it goes back to the financial crisis of 2008, talks about the UK, and it argues that the banks that got into trouble at that time were the banks where you had a separate chairman and a CEO, and the issue was that the chairman didn't have to do about the business model of the bank, but the exact opposite view. So what we did in this study is we looked at these rationals, these narratives, and here you've got a narrative of Safeway, so a company which has got CO duality, and they have a narrative which is almost 200 words long, 199 words, so fairly long, and I've highlighted the 4 reasons that they provide for combining the 2 roles. And one of these reasons is unified leadership and direction for the company. Here's another example, Plum Creek Timber Company, and that's a company which separates the 2 roles. So you can see that my font size is much larger here, and the narrative is much briefer, so only 116 words, and they also provide only 2 reasons why they separate the 2 roles, why they don't go for CO duality. So we did that for all the S&P 500 firms. So we performed a textual analysis of these first companies. And we found that firms with CO duality, so the ones that go against best practice, tend to provide 4 reasons for their leadership structure, for combining the 2 roles. And they also use more words, including positive and negative words. So such firms seem to be more defensive because they go against best practice. The other thing which we did in this study was to perform an event study on how the market reacted to this first-time disclosure of the leadership that the companies had chosen. Unsurprisingly, we didn't find any market reaction to firms that separated 2 roles. But when we looked at firms that had zero duality, we found that what was important were firm characteristics. So we found some firms with a positive market reaction and other firms with a negative market reaction. We actually found that firms that cite this unified leadership reason as a reason for zero dualities, if such firms were small, tech firms, had extensive R&D expenditures and were also subject to more volatility, the market reacted positively rather than negatively to these announcements. So this typically suggests that zero duality can be optimal in certain contexts, but it's not necessarily perceived to be always negative by the market. The last thing I'd like to talk about is board independence. Again, going back to Oman, the Oman Corporate Governance Code. What is peculiar about this system is that you have a board of directors, but the CEO and other executives don't sit on that board. So it's a purely non-executive board and a single-tier board. In addition, this board requires at least a third of directors to be independent, or a minimum of 2 independent directors on the board. So I'm sure you know the answer to this question, but I'm going to pose it again. So do independent boards result in better performance and higher value? Well, board independence can be easily measured, but it's typically measured as the number of independent directors over the total board size. And I've got a table here from a meta study, and this is a meta study of meta studies. And it does 2 things. It looks at board independence, which is what I'd like to focus on, but it also looks at CEO chair duality. So I'm going to focus on board independence. Again, these are all meta studies, and you can see that at best there's a very small significant relationship between board independence and firm performance. But typically, there's no relationship between the two. So the reason for this absence of a link is possible endogeneity issues. So one reason why board independence may not be exogenous is that firms that perform badly will be put under pressure to appoint more independent directors. So in this case, you've got a reversal of the direction of causality, initially from board independence to performance, but in this case it flows from bad performance to greater board independence. And then another reason why board independence may not be exogenous is that in practice, some of the so-called independent directors may be independent in name only. And that's a creation in the US. So in the US, the CEO tends to have a major influence on who's going to join their board of directors. So these are so-called co-opted boards, the boards where the directors are appointed to the board after the CEO has been appointed, and the leadership typically concludes that such boards are weak boards, and they tend to side with the CEO rather than look after the interests of the shareholders. Well, similarly in other countries with concentrated ownership and control, independent directors may not be truly independent. And I believe that's the case in family firms, which again tend to prevail in Oman, but also in other countries. So I conducted a study with one of my former PhD students, Mira Mansabi, who's also based in Oman, and Lana Mira from Cardiff University. And what we did in this study is we looked at family firms from 3 countries with very different corporate governance systems, France, Germany, and the UK. How would we define a family firm? Well, it's a firm where the family is the largest shareholder, and the family holds at least 25% of the votes. And importantly, because we're going to look at changes in CEO, we impose that the current CEO is a member of the controlling family. So what we did in this case is we went back to all the directors that were reported as being independent, and we looked at whether their independence might be compromised with a possible link or different types of links with the controlling family. So we consider a director not to be truly independent if their tenure was at least 9 years in the firm. And then obviously the director was truly independent if they were related to the controlling family or if they sat on other boards with family directors. And then you can see that we also looked at 3 additional criteria, and I believe these criteria are already taken into account in the Oman Corporate Governance Code when assessing whether a director is independent or not. But that wasn't the case for France, Germany, and the UK. So these should be directors, one employee or director of another firm controlled by the family, directors that were initially appointed by the family, and finally directors who are employees or former employees of the firm on whose board they sit. So we looked at reported board independence, and 55% was the average board independence across these 3 countries in these family firms. When we adjusted board independence for the previous 6 criteria, board independence dropped from 55% to only 24%. So the question now is, does this matter? And we found that it does matter indeed, because when the incumbent CEO was up for reappointment or replacement, adjusted but not reported board independence increased the likelihood of the CEO being replaced by a non-family CEO. And we also found some evidence for France, but not for the other 2 countries, that the difference between the control and ownership held by the family increased the likelihood of the family appointing another family CEO. Social ties between the independent directors and the executive directors would be another reason for compromising board independence. And there's a study by Wang and Kim from 2009 in the Journal of Financial Economics. What they do is they study Fortune 100 firms, and they find that these social ties between the CEO and the board, again, reduce board independence. So reported board independence is high, is 70%, but when they adjust for these social ties, it goes down to 58%. They actually find that these social ties are bad because they result in worse incentives for the CEO in the form of a higher fixed compensation and also lower pay performance sensitivity. So the question now is, can their results be generalized to other samples? So they looked at very mature, very large US firms. And if you look at theory, Adams and Ferrara's theory on friendly boards, they actually argue that there are 2 main roles of corporate boards, the monitoring, but also the provision of advice. And they predict that for firms that require advice, rather than monitoring a less independent board, a friendlier board would be more optimal. So I conducted a study with Salim Shahi, and we looked at a completely different sample. So we looked at young and high-growth firms, the US IPO firms. And we also extended that Wang and Kim analysis to social ties, not just between the CEO and the board, but we looked at the entire top management team, TMT. And our argument is that the social ties not only make the board friendlier, but they make it also easier for the board to attract professional top managers, which can be a problem for smaller firms, IPO firms. So you would expect that to be a positive rather than negative effect of such ties on IPO performance. So we focus on 5 different types of ties. We look at former employer ties, membership of the same clubs, same professional associations. We also look at whether these directors went to the same school in the university, and if they're non-Americans, we look at whether they share the same foreign nationality. And here's an example from an IPO perspective. So you can see the bios of the executives and the TMT members, but also the directors. And you can see that several of them went vertically, some of them worked for the same company, sizes, etc. So plenty of commonalities or social ties between the TMT and the board of directors. We also count for family ties. So what we did in this study was to study a random sample of IPOs, US IPOs, and we found that a minority of these companies, so 77 firms, did not have any social ties between the TMT and the board of directors. So initially, the reported board independence was 36%, but when we adjusted for the social ties, it dropped to less than 29%. So we find consistently positive effect of these social ties on IPO performance, but we find the exact opposite for family ties. So to conclude, Oman has a really interesting corporate governance system. So it's a system where most firms have concentrated ownership and control. And again, my understanding is that a lot of these firms have got families as their controlling shareholders. And then the corporate governance system itself is borrowed from various very different systems. For example, it allows for middle-class shares, but very intriguingly, it has a single-tier board, which is similar to the UK, and also the US, but this board is composed of non-executive directors. And again, the executives can't sit on the board of directors. So the code seems to be more prescriptive than other corporate governance codes, certainly when it comes to duality and also the composition of the board of directors. So I think it would be important to bear in mind that certainly in some cases duality and less independent boards may be optimal. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much for listening, and I look forward to the discussion and the rest of the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Gorgon, for the very insightful discussion and the powerful perspective on how governance framework shape not only organizations, but the sustainability of entire economic system. Thank you again. It is now my pleasure to... You're welcome. Do you have any questions or anything that you want to add before we move on to the next speaker? Do you guys have any questions for Professor Gorgon? No questions? Thank you again, Professor Gorgon. It is now my pleasure to introduce our next keynote speaker, also joining us virtually, Professor Douglas Cumming, who is one of the most influential scholars globally in finance, entrepreneurship, and innovation. He currently serves as Professor of Finance and Endowed Chair for Digital Innovation at Stevens Institute of Technology. And he is also internationally recognized among the top 1% most cited researchers in business and economics. His work spans venture capital, fintech, financial ecosystems, and with a significant impact on how innovation and investment systems evolve globally. Today, he will be speaking on government contracting and political connections. Professor Cumming, we're truly honored to have you with us today. Please join me in welcoming Professor Cumming.
Well, thank you so much for being on. Great privilege. It's not to fall apart. Mark is such an influential and knowledgeable guy and such a nice guy. You know, when I received the invitation and knew that Mark was coming, I thought two amazing benefits. One, I get to go to Oman because I've always wanted to go. I have several friends who tell me it's the most beautiful place on earth. Like, you just wouldn't believe how nice it is there. You can go for sure. So I'm so disappointed with the latest developments. It's so frustrating. And so it's been amazing to be in Oman. It's amazing to have the chance to hang out with Mark for a few days and meet all of you. This is, a second best to joining online. I hope that we can have something in person in the future, and it would be a real privilege for me to get to see this beautiful place and hopefully hang out with Mark and you at another occasion. So let me tell you where we're at with this particular project. So when I received the invitation, I sent in a few papers, and this was the paper that was picked. And so I'm very glad it was picked, because it's kind of a fun one. So let me tell you about my two co-authors. David was my very best colleague at the university I used to work at. So I'm Canadian. I apologize, I'm born there, I couldn't help it. That's my usual joke. Canadians, you have to apologize. Like, they're so sorry, I'm sorry, couldn't help it. So the David is a very great colleague. He is working at Portland University, where I used to work up until last summer. And then Nassim is our former PhD student, who's now at the University of Houston. Nassim is a really great guy, also a very nice guy to work with. And I'm, really lucky to work with the two of them. Yeah, I could put in presentation. Well, that would be a little better. Wait, but from here to all. There we go. Is it work? Come on. There we go. Great presentation. Right on. So what I'm going to talk to you today is the Oman context, and then a few research questions, the theory, academic roads, a little bit on theory. Then I'll explain the data. So we have 27 countries in our data, one of these around world papers. And then I'll show you some of the data results, and then I'm going to tie all back to Oman, what it means for Vision 2040, and some future research that you might find it fun to engage in. Oman political connections matter. If you allow me just really briefly, however, before I get to Oman, I'm going to say it doesn't just matter in Oman, so it's not an Oman specific thing. Here we have an example from the U.S. Talking about all sorts of things with political connections being important. And then in the UK, so this is one of the biggest scandals ever with a, politically connected contract, government contract award, just, billions of dollars, and done in a very, very bad way with no governance. And then, what happens is billions lost, so 7 billion in debt, 3,000 jobs, 450 warnings. And so this is an area where there's a role for two things. One, academics, we like to write papers that hopefully have some policy impact. And so this is an area of research where I think it's easy to have a policy impact, to say, hey, look at what's happening in practice, we can do better. And then secondly, we just are hoping for some interesting, fun discussions. And on that second part, let me tell you that here, this is kind of a fun one for the New York Times about protective equipment companies. So in the U.S., the government doesn't make all this armor that the military uses. They contract it out to politically connected companies. And the New York Times wrote about this in 2020, and they had this nice visual, like, this is $5 billion went to politically connected companies. And you see all the politically connected companies. And the amazing thing is they have political connections, but they have no prior experience. And they have histories of controversies. So almost half of these contracts are awarded in a very shady way. Most, you might even think of this as the most recent example would be Christie known, if you follow the U.S. news, It's kind of a funny thing that's gone on recently with that. Now, on the body armor in particular, you have to allow me to tell you a little Canadian story, because Canadians love to have self-deprecating humor. And this is what I love, because it's a Canadian, set of Canadian guys who relocated to Florida. And so this is exactly, you know, looks like all the corrupt Canadians relocate to Florida. Yeah. So what happened was here, these people, they used to have, well, they had the company on the Toronto Stock Exchange, the venture exchange, and then they were looking to get a $300 million US contract for the US government to make body armor. And then what they did is that they found out that they didn't get the contract. And so the company almost went bankrupt. You know, in the middle of the graph around the audience, almost went bankrupt. And then they announced another contract, but then it didn't work out. But then what makes the story so exciting is that they got the contract that they thought they lost in August. So they got that $300 million contract. And the super fun part about this is they didn't bother to tell anybody. So they got a $300 million contract, didn't bother to announce it, and then they put the company into bankruptcy. And so when the company was in bankruptcy, you didn't have claims trading in bankruptcy. So another company could buy this. And so this company sold itself to itself in bankruptcy. So the same people who put it in bankruptcy set up another company to buy the bankrupt company up pennies on the dollar. So they bought this company for $10 million in bankruptcy when they had already secured a $300 million contract. So absolutely fantastic scandal. And then months after that, some of these guys were arrested for bribing foreign officials. The real upstanding Canadian citizens. So we're not always the nicest people on the planet, let me tell you. So some fun things go on. Right, protect the products of America. Okay, in Oman's government procurement landscape, there's a tender system. And so the board handles contracts that are over roughly 2.6 million USD. The awards are not necessarily going to the lowest bidder. There's some relationship and legitimacy concerns. There are some barriers to foreign firms. So you have to have at least 10% of the contract value has to be invested in locally to add some economic value to the local region. And then there's a Soldati decree which states that modernized contracting rules that are effective as of Christmas 2024, they cover all state contracts with foreign governments, international organizations, and private entities. So it emphasizes transparency and accountability with premium on insider knowledge for foreign business. So that's the landscape. And, you know, the history has been that foreign firms do win contracts, but all of these foreign firms are heavily politically connected. So there's Shell PDO, they have fourth level political indebtedness dating back to 1967. So 6 decades of sustained access to Oman's core energy assets. And then BP is Kazakh gas. This is also one that has heavily political connections. And well, why would you bring that in? Is what I'm going to tell you about is our first hypothesis is that it overcomes the liability of foreigners. So it's harder to do business unless you have those political connections. The third one is Samsung Engineering. So there's this is the largest single recent procurement award, $3.2 billion. It won against competing foreign EPC firms. The prior Omani government relationships decided, which was cited as the decisive part of this contract awarding process. And then finally, the bottom right, Total Energies, this is a $450 million USD contract. There were sustained political engagement with the Ministry of Energy and Minerals. So these examples are going to be ones that are central to what we actually study in the paper, which is why I use them as examples. And so what we do in this particular paper, let me tell you what we're going to look at. We're going to look at 4 questions that get around the central question of do political connections influence public procurement award decisions worldwide? So it's not just a Canadian thing, as I told you about, or a U.S. thing, or British, or Oman. Worldwide, how does this work for several countries around the world? And so we want to know if political ties are more helpful to foreign firms or local firms. So think of it, you're in Oman, and you want to get a government contract award because they're huge. Like you get one of these awards that's like incredible for you. So you want to get the award. You need to be politically connected, and because to be politically connected, and then it's good to be politically connected if you're foreign. So that's the basic question that we look at. And that's for getting the contract. And step 1. Step 2, well, say you get the contract, but does that create value or destroy value? And then for whom? Question number 3, what's the mechanism? Is it something to do with investment efficiency, capital allocation? And then finally, given that we have a multi-country setting, we can see how things like local economic development and legal or institutional development affect any of these 3 questions. So that's the real overarching view of the paper. I'll show you some of the results. Before I show you some of the results, what I would just tell you if you're reading in this literature is that it's only single country studies. So this is the first multi-country study. And then the results are in general, a little bit mixed. There is definitely evidence that political connections can win contracts. Differing evidence on the mechanisms for how that works. Differing evidence on whether it's value enhancing or destroying. There's some evidence, for example, of political connections and lower excess returns, so there might be agency problems. And, foreign firms, whether they do good or not, depends a little bit on the data set. And so it's really tough to know exactly how this in a broad international context. But these are certainly the studies that have informed what we did. So what we do, so there's a multi-country study that allows us to look at foreign firms, local firms, do that comparison. We have enough data to do valuation analysis. We can look at investment efficiency. And so, in other words, like you make more investment when the returns to making those investments are good. So what you hope the answer to that is yes. We want investment Q sensitivity. We want that to be high. Then we can check this international institutional moderation with some of these World Bank reported type analyses. And then finally, because in the corporate finance study or corporate governance study, you always have questions of causal identification, and of course that's an issue in our study as well. We do have an EU directive that's an exogenous shock. The nice thing about the EU directives is that it's hard to even argue that the legislative change is exogenous because it covers so many countries at once, that it's certainly going to be exogenous to some of those countries. So it's used effectively as an exhaust in several contexts. And somebody can check that as a way to tease out some causal change. Still work in progress. Any comments, questions, and work very much welcome. Okay, so what's the theory? Some basic things like liability of foreignness and the like. So if you haven't heard of this concept of liability of foreignness, let me just tell you about a Canadian living in Florida, or it's not as bad in the New York, New Jersey area, but it's certainly bad in Florida. Like, you move there and people go, you're Canadian, you know, you must feel lucky to be the 51st state, or, you know, like, just horrible things that they say to you, or you must feel so lucky that we turned you in. It's like, oh, you know, this is hardship pay, what are you talking about? And so, you know, these are things that if you spend time moving around a little bit, you know, people don't like foreigners. That's basically the result of it. Doesn't matter what country you go to, you get this sort of differential treatment if you're not from there. And so, the idea here is that the biggest idea is that political connections, you know, they're going to give you resources, influence, you know, access to government relationships, that type of thing. As a personal example, my better half, she grew up in Kuala Lumpur, in Malaysia. She would tell me the fun stories about, even back in the day when she was still living there in the late 90s, that people would pay like 30,000 ringgit to just get a meeting. Like, you know, your access just to talk to someone, you know, so it's clearly is valuable. And there's evidence that's valuable from bailout access, regulatory leniency, so people don't, you know, give you harsh penalties and you do bad things, and give you contract benefits. The bad side is that all these agency problems, you know, like that British example I showed you at the beginning, where people give money to people that don't deserve it, and they misspend it and do value-destroying things. That's the basic thing about political capital. The last really important is, you know, you're facing personal hurdles, but you also have other things like, you know, regulatory risk, weaker networks, that type of thing. So, you know, the political capital can serve as a cure, if you will, to avoid those things, the local knowledge, the local rules, local contacts, etc. And then, even in particular regulatory changes. So, like Vermont has some recent rule changes, those types of things help you sort things out more efficiently. Okay, so what we think is going to go on is that we think in basic terms, there's going to be a difference between local firms and foreign firms. So political connections can be really good for foreign firms, and maybe not so good for local firms. That's our basic thing that we have a prior about, and my prior is certainly shaped by my experiences living abroad. There's going to be some value asymmetry, so there's going to be value creation for foreign firms, maybe not so much for local firms. Investment efficiency, so again, you want firms to invest more when returns to investing are good. And so that is probably going to be better for foreign and not so much for local. And then moving to A3, you know, institutional environment, if you have a more robust system with good laws, enforcement of those laws, then it's going to weaken the value of political connections. And if I were to pick on, say, I was thinking Malaysia the other minute, you know, like compare Singapore to Malaysia. But if you're from that region, I apologize. My wife's in that region, so I get some leeway in picking on that. But Singapore folks have very good legal institutions amongst the best in the world, and some of the neighbors don't do quite as well. And so the political connections are going to be more valuable in the regions that don't have these Singaporean-like legal institutions. Right, okay, let's tell you about the data. So we merged some data sets together from 27 countries. So we have 265,000 contracts awarded. We use Mordex, CAD, CompuStat. A little more on the data details. This might be a bit boring, and I'll have to share the slides and data with you, of course. But you have short data from this EU tech, which is the open data portal. You can download the data yourself. It just takes a long time. And then we also went to Australia, got their government contracting data. And then Canada, they have a contracting data set. You got your standard CRISP CompuSet for other financial and other information. information. Format is very helpful for identifying political connections. So that's an important database for us. Then we have the World Bank data on institutional differences around the world. We have several measures for political connections. Just so you know, like if somebody real brief, one example is if you're a high-ranking military officer that then comes to work on a board or in a company, we know about it. And that's the different than a low-ranking officer. So that turns out to be a differential impact. It's good to know, like somebody who's a super high general compared to a lower level person, for example. Okay, so then we have contract values, valuation, investment efficiency, growth opportunities, and the like. Of course, all those things you would expect. This is a marketing flag for our data set. 27 countries, over 1,000 firms, 265,000 contracts, about 8% are foreign, 16% are political connections, and then the contract values are close to $750,000 on average. Certainly a lot of variance there. Yeah. And then some countries that might be big on some places like Australia, Poland, they have lower average contract values if you're running like summer small. Okay, so the main results, I'm not going to show you ugly tables because I know they're hard to look at and it's early in the morning for you. But I just thought a graphical presentation would be helpful. And so, all firms mixing local and foreign, the foreign ones by themselves, and the local ones, where does the political connection help you? Well, it's much more helpful for the foreign firms. And so we can even, tease up the economic magnitude of the size of the contract is going to go up by 54% if you're politically connected and foreign. So it's a large, statistically and economically significant thing, and much larger than if you're local. This is how the regression looks. In the most simplistic way, we have a gazillion control variables, but just maybe put this one up that said, yes, we did really run a regression. Some of them, in fact, they're there. And so, you might know, what about causality? And so, in every paper, causality is not perfectly identified, but in this context, there's one nice thing about having an international data set, because there's this EU directive in 2014, roughly in the middle of our sample. And so we can run a triple interaction between are you politically connected in the EU and post-directive. And so if you run that interaction, then it's the foreign firms that benefit the most, and the economic significance is even larger. The value increases 182%. And then this is, I'm going down to the bottom. First, the one on top is the triple interaction. Then the one at the bottom, I'm highlighting the differences between a high-ranking military connection. And so that's the one that goes up 182%. So it's even more important to be high-ranking. And if I excuse my mix up there, it's 2 in the morning for me. So I'm still a little sleepy. I need to have a little sleep. But I'm probably enough. I teach a class in the morning that starts at 8 a.m. So I've got 6 hours for my class. It's not going to be a good class tomorrow morning. Okay, so the next one, E2, we're looking at the valuation effects of these political connections. So we have these, because they're publicly traded, we can measure these impacts, and we can see for foreign firms, you get a contract that goes up. And then for local firms, you get a contract that's either not significant or negative and significant, depending on how you specify. And so this is suggestive of, liability affordance and gap filling for the foreign ones and agency problems for the local ones. Investment efficiency, the story is very similar. So the investment efficiency goes up for foreign firms. And it goes down, even statistically significantly goes down for local firms. So what does this mean again is that when returns are high, you invest more, and then when you get the local firms, returns are high and you're not investing more. So again, that's another consistent interpretation. Liability of foreigners is mitigated for foreign firms, and the agency problems are more pronounced for local firms. All right, so the international differences, all of these impacts are materially weaker in countries with good rules. So the legislative improvements dampen the need for political connections. They dampen the benefits. And so, yeah, that's certainly, observed in the data. And I'm perhaps speed up a teeny bit. So just to summarize here, we see contracting good for foreign firms, delegation good for foreign firms, domestic efficiency good for foreign firms, international differences, moderate these things, particularly good legal institutions, mitigate the benefit of political connections, and the benefit of these political connections is all seen with the foreign firms, not the local firms, and in particular, it's not just any political connection. You want to be really connected with a very high-ranking military officer. That's the best type of political connection to get. Okay, so we want to talk back to what's the state for Oman. So our data highlight what's going on in Oman. So these examples that you Shell, BP, Samsung, they're all politically connected firms that are winning these foreign contracts. These, foreign firms, they can use these ties to navigate the rules, the quotas, the tender process, that's particular in Oman and changing over time. The local firms have a different story. You worry about local entrenchment, agency problems, and value reducing decisions. So the 2040 lesson should, bring on the idea that we would benefit from this high-quality foreign investment, but the strong governance process is important and can be very helpful. So these rule modernizations, they're definitely, value enhancing and worthwhile to put in, and that could certainly improve compliance and, raise the quality of foreign firms that come into Oman, and certainly improve the governance perspective. So these changes look like they're certainly enhancing. Some suggestions that are not directly tied to our data, but certainly consistent with our data, that it's worthwhile perhaps having, cooling off periods, limit, foreign insider advantage, those types of things. Definitely you need as much transparency as possible as who gets the contract award. Do they actually have experience? How does the process come about? So the merit-based procurement standards very important. And then you need some balance between foreign and local firms. Perhaps the real importance of the defense political connections, that's one of the strongest results that we see. And so oversight in that area should be particularly pronounced. And over the longer run, the better these rules law indices are for you, then that's only going to be a good thing for longer run development. Certainly lots of room for writing new papers on this topic, and I see I've taken almost half an hour here, so I could just sort of speed up a bit. Just to say that there's fun things you can do on emerging markets, geopolitical risk, the natural experiment. So you made a rule change, what happened? So that'd be a great paper to write if you have some good data from Oman. And if you do have good data, please contact me. I'd love to write a paper with you about it. So these are all useful things, I guess. other topics in this area that are probably going to emerge have to do with diversity on boards, and then also there's some, my job at Stevens is on digitization, and so there's these new digital procurement platforms, different processing with tendering, e-tender stream, and AI storing bits. That's a new one that's going to be brand new to this area of research. How does AI improve the tendering process? And does it make it more fair? Hopefully it would. Okay, so that's the paper. Super remorseful. I'm not there in person. I've been looking forward to this trip for several months now. And when my dean told me you're not allowed to go, I was like, very upset. But I hope to see you next time. And thank you again for the chance to follow such a great presenter, Mark, and the chance to be here with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Cumming. Do you guys have any questions for him? Yeah. Go ahead, Doctor. Did you hear the question? Yeah.
Yeah, I want that if I may know the question. Can you repeat, please? I really apologize. It's only like every second word or so I can understand. So
Can you come here?
I'm not understanding. And could the moderator maybe rephrase the question if you're closer to the microphone?
So her question was around why, in your point of view, is the foreign firms think that the ICV is a barrier for them for market entry?
Yeah, particular to Oman. Well, I guess there's this, go back to my slide that's in the take them offline here. So go back here, share screen again. Oh, is it working? There it goes. So, here's how we'll see. This is the side I'm looking for. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, there it is. Oh. I can't find the slide that I was thinking of. Maybe the towards the back here. So in general, this, just a couple things on...
Slide number 5.
This ICV.
She's saying it's on slide number 5. If you could go back to that slide.
Slide number 5. Okay. Yeah, thanks. Oh, yeah. 205 right here. Well, slide number 5. Oh, so this one, very support for right. Well, yeah, so the deadline is perfect. Thanks for correcting me here. So the barrier, the policy is that the 10% has to be looked at locally. You might say that's a barrier if people don't want to have that restriction placed on them. You know, an interesting question, like if I have a perfect data set in front of me right now, what I'd love to know is that comparison between the local bidder and the foreign bidder. Like, so a local bidder, it'd be nice to know if what percentage of the contract value did they spend or not. Like, did they actually even meet that 10% rule restriction? You know, because you could get a like the local firm successfully win the tender bid, and then decide to not spend the money or invest the money locally. So that's entirely a possibility that doesn't seem to be envisioned by the rule setup. So those are, you know, nice things that we can tease out with more data. But yeah, in general, though, like certainly just a more general thing just to restate again is that the foreign firms are the ones that really benefit from this political connection stuff. And, you know, we get these rule changes in mind, it'd be super fun to see exactly how that plays out with the more recent data around these rule changes. Great, hopefully that answers your question. I don't think
Did it answer your question?
very open, but I hope it answered. And anytime you want to follow up with any other questions, you know, reach me by email. I'm always happy to set up another time to Zoom, etc. It would have been fun to do that with there in person, but as I said, anytime you want to chat, just let me know.
I think you answered the question, Professor. Thank you. Again, thank you, Professor Cumming. If you guys have any other questions, please go ahead. I think we have one more question. Yeah? No? Yeah. Nobody. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Mark and Professor Douglas, for such insightful and practical presentations. On behalf of the City Committee, we would like to extend our appreciation to both of you for narrating our conference. And again, sorry for the disturbance. You know, it is past midnight in the US and it's early morning in Spain. And we really appreciate your commitments and your time as well. And we hope that we can host you in person next time, inshallah. Thank you for taking the time.
Thank you, Dr. Badr.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The privilege of joining you. Thank you. Cheers.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short coffee break. Following the break, we will move directly into our research paper presentations, which will take place across 2 time slots. In the morning session, 10:30 to 12:30 p.m., the auditorium will host discussions on public-private partnership and infrastructure development, chaired by Dr. Fadi Abdul Fattah from Modern College of Business and Science and co-chaired by Dr. Chandan. At the same time, the multi-purpose hall will host the morning session on Oman Business Regulatory Environment, chaired by Dr. Ahmed Nawaz from Middle East College, with co-chaired Dr. Muna Al-Kalbani from Muscat College. Following the lunch break at the afternoon session, from 1:30 to 4 p.m., we will continue in the auditorium under the theme of Foreign Direct Investment, Advancement and International Partnership, chaired by Dr. Hassan from Al-Biraymi University College, with co-chaired Dr. Hal Al-Kathiri from UTAS Muscat. At the same time, the multipurpose hall will host the afternoon session on business sustainability, chaired by Dr. Yusuf Al-Blushi from College of Banking and Financial Studies, with co-chair Dr. Santosh Kumar from UTAS Muscat. I would like to acknowledge all presenters, session chairs, co-chairs, participants, and everyone for their valuable contribution to today's discussions. We wish you insightful conversations, valuable exchanges, and meaningful outcomes. And before we transition, allow me to leave you all with one final thought. The future of sustainable economies will not be shaped by ideas alone, but the decision we make, the system we build, and the actions we take. What begins here does not end here. It carries forward. It carries into strategies, institutions, policies, regulations, and the choices that define what comes next. On behalf of the organizing committee and the steering committee, thank you all for your presence and your contribution, and we wish you a highly productive and inspiring continuation of the day. Thank you.
إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده.
They want to test the mic for the... No, only the mic because we have like a streaming.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم تبارك الذي بيده الملك وهو على كل شيء قدير الذي خلق الموت والحياة ليبلوكم أيكم أحسن عملا وهو العزيز الغفور الذي خلق 7 سماوات طباقا ما ترى في خلق الرحمن من تفاوت فارجع البصر هل ترى من فطور ثم ارجع البصر كرتين ينقلب إليك البصر خاسئا وهو حسير ولقد زينا السماء الدنيا بمصابيح وجعلناها رجوما للشياطين وأعتدنا لهم عذاب السعير وللذين كفروا بربهم عذاب جهنم وبئس المصير إذا ألقوا لها شهيقا وهي تفور تكاد تميز من الغيظ كلما ألقي فيها فوج سألهم خزنتها ألم يأتكم نذير قالوا بلى قد جاءنا نذير فكذبنا وقلنا ما نزل الله من شيء إن أنتم إلا في ضلال كبير وقالوا لو كنا نسمع أو نعقل ما كنا في أصحاب السعير فاعترفوا بذنبهم فسحقا لأصحاب السعير الذين يخشون ربهم
فقط البث الحين. لا البث يعني نحاول نطلع فيه الصوت. Which is the first one?
First one is this one.
They will do it.
They are already informed me, nothing to worry.
So they will do it now.
Yes. Okay.
ما أعرفهم السعوديين ولا أنا تو أقول لك.
Assalamu alaikum rahmatullahi barakatuh. Distinguished guests, respected dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I welcome everybody for the first international conference on business sustainability, enhancing Oman innovation and investment ecosystem, ICBS 2026. It is given my special privilege to stand in front of you to deliver the theme on public-private partnership and infrastructure development. In this modern world, since our Oman economy is focusing towards acclaiming the goal of Oman Vision 2040, there are certain strategical measures has to be taken by the government. So what is the role played by the public sector? And what is the contribution made by the private sector? What is the adaptability rate for involving in public-private partnership? So this will also enhance the sustainable development and cultural diversifications, and followed by economic development of the GCC economy. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce the chairperson of the particular session, Dr. Fatih Abdul Fattah. Before discussing about Dr. Fatih Abdul Fattah, I'd like to give a brief introduction about him. So he completed his bachelor in business science in Jordan and master's in MBA, Jordan, and PhD in Malaysia. So currently he's working as a HOD in Business and Economics, Modern College of Business and Science in Oman. Before joining Modern College, he worked as a Dean of Business and Administration in Al Sharqiya University. I'd like to welcome Dr. Abdul Fatih on the dais. Please, sir. I request everybody to give an applause for him. The very important person in our department, the second co-chairperson for the technical session is Dr. Hala Ahmed Al-Qatari. So she completed her bachelor in management in Sultan Qaboos University, Oman, master's in human resource management in Cardiff University, UK, and PhD in human resource management, Hull University, UK. Initially, she started a career as a HOD in Salalah. Later, she was went to a higher restaurant as an assistant dean in Al Muzanna, University of Technology and Applies in Al Muzanna. Currently, she's currently the program coordinator for MBA program in Utah's campus, Muscat. I'd like to welcome Dr. Hala Ahmed Al-Qatari on the dais. I request to give a grand applause for her. So this particular session, I'm totally delighted to discuss about the two eminent faculty members. They have numerous experience in the field of academics as well as corporate. So I feel they will do a good job by giving a valuable suggestions and provide valuable implication for the society, academia, and policymakers. So before going for the technical session, I'd like to say about the total number of presenters who are going to make their contribution in this particular session. There are totally 8 presentations are there. Out of 8 presentations, 6 will be in offline mode. I mean the faculty members who are here from different institutions, and 2 from online mode. So I like to give you a small detail about the title and everything, and then I'll hand over the session to the chair and co-chair. So the first presenter will be Dr. Jitendra Pandey. He is from Middle East College, Oman. He is going to discuss on a particular title, IoT for real-time tracking and monitoring, comprehensive framework for asset management in Oman. The second presenter is Muna Ahmed Abdullah Alwai, Sultan Said Kamis Al-Quduri. She is also from Gulf College and Ministry of Commerce and Industry and Investment, Oman. Their title is on their title is on the impact of in-country value, ICV, implementation on small, medium enterprise in Oman, opportunities, challenges, and pathway in sustainable development. The third presenter will be Dr. Veena Tiwari. Veena Tiwari, followed by the co-authors are Dr. Amal Al-Alwai, Sheikh Mastanwali, and Swapnil Marandi. Their title is on transforming knowledge dynamics, a mixed method investigation of generative AI, enabling knowledge management for organizational innovation. The fourth presenter will be Ms. Sholia Degan. She is going to present a title on blended finance and blue sukuk for sustainable fishing, a case study of Iran transition from bottom traveling to light-based fishing. The fifth presentation will be from Al-Zahra Muhammad Al-Nadabi from Sultan Qaboos University. She is going to make a presentation for the title Sustainable Destination Management Plan for Al-Quram. The sixth presentation will be Dr. Tripati Regla, along with Dr. Kiran Kumar, Dr. Manish Gupta, and Asma Jahan. So their title is on direct fake companies and transacting using effective AI applications in Oman commercial sector. The last two is on online presentation. The first person, who is going to make a presentation in online is Fatma Zara Belrab. The title is Strategic Communication and Territorial Intelligence in Family Business Entrepreneurship for Sustainable Innovation and Job Creation in the Middle East Northern region. The last one is Gautam Milangovan. He is going to make a presentation on international partnership and business regulation and Indian perspective. So I hope you will enjoy the day with a good presentation. There are a lot of eminent faculty members are there. The time is now currently is going to be 11. So the session will go for 1 hour 30 minutes. Okay, so you can give all your questions and queries and everything. I like to hand over the session to the chairperson as well as to the co-chairperson. Thank you, my dear.
Assalamu alaikum. It is my pleasure to be with you here today, inshallah. And I will start calling, not to waste our time, I will start calling the first presenter, Dr. Jatendra. If she's here, we can start the presentation. Yes. So the title of this paper is about the Internet of Things for real-time tracking and monitoring, the comprehensive framework for assessed management in Oman. So the floor is yours.
Good morning, Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, Assalamu alaikum. I'm Jitendra Pandey from Middle East College, Muscat, a senior faculty member working in the field of cybersecurity and artificial intelligence. Today, I'll be presenting the research paper, which has been done with my students and colleagues on the topic Internet of Things for real-time traffic and monitoring. Am I audible to all of you? Am I audible now? Yeah. can't see them. It's making me difficult. Or if you give me that mic also, it's fine. It's not leave it. If it's not working, you can remove it from it.
Because this is for the stream, they can hear.
It's working, yeah?
Yeah.
Sorry for the disturbance. So today I'll be presenting our research work on building a comprehensive IoT-based framework for real-time asset tracking and monitoring, specially designed for Oman. This work sits at the intersection of IoT, cloud infrastructure, and national strategy. And I hope by end of this talk, you will see why getting this right matters not just for Oman, but for any emerging economy across the globe. So let us start. We will first start with discussing the core problem, that why we are trying to work on this research. Oman occupies a strategically important position. It's a gateway between Asia, Africa, and Europe. The government's Vision 2040 program is aggressively dividing digital transformation and economic diversification. But when you look at the ground reality, the tracking and monitoring infrastructure has not kept pace at par with the planning. Current systems across logistics, environmental management, and public services still depend heavily on manual logging, periodic check-ins, and fragmented data collection. There is no unified, real-time view of assets across the country. Consequences are very concrete. As you can see on the right, supply chain interruptions, rising operational cost, blind spots in environmental monitoring, and zero live visibility into public service infrastructure. For example, in Oman's oil and gas sector and its growing tourism industry, dispersed assets and personnel are managed with tools that simply were not designed for the scale or geography of the challenge. This is the gap our research is designed to address. With that problem clearly established, we structured 5 SMART objectives. First, we need to design an architecture, not just a conceptual diagram, but a properly specified multi-layer system integrating GPS, RFID, and IoT sensors. Second, we are actually working on building it. A working prototype running on ESP32 microcontrollers with cloud-based data pipelines. Third, and critically for an academic contribution, we will be evaluating it rigorously, not in the lab, but with ideal conditions across Oman with different geographical spots: urban Muscat, empty quarter desert, the Salalah coast, and there has to be
Only for the. Do you want to use it?
So fourth, we demonstrated real-world value with actual sector partners. So we'll be partnering with some industry experts, and we'll work explicitly to Oman Vision's 2040's digital transformation goals, because research that cannot speak to national priorities struggles to achieve its impact. So let me show how the system is actually structured. So if you look at the system architecture here, there are 4 different layers, and each layer has been deliberately configured for local operational realities. At the bottom, the perception layer, we have the physical world, GPS modules for location, RFID for inventory, identification, temperature, humidity, pressure, and motion sensors, and cameras where visual monitoring is needed. Above that sits the network layer, the second one. This is where Oman's geography forces us to be adaptive. In dense urban areas, Wi-Fi and 4G or 5G cellular are sufficient, but in the empty quarter and remote coastal regions, we rely on LoRaWAN, the high-quality sensors, a low-power protocol capable of reaching 5 to 20 kilometers on a single charge. Without these, those zones are simply unreachable. The middleware layer is where the cloud intelligence lives, data aggregation, real-time event detection, historical storage, and security controls. And at the top, application layer, where we will have web dashboards, mobile applications for field teams, automated alerts, and reporting tools that interfaces which turns raw sensor data into actionable decisions. So this is a proposed system architecture which will be evaluated again after the implementation, and if any changes are required, will be done accordingly. Moving on to the requirements in terms of hardware and protocol, which is the core part of implementation. Every hardware and protocol choice was deliberate, balancing the performance, cost, and suitability for Oman's harsh climate. The ESP32 microcontroller is the brain of each tracking node. Its dual core supports Wi-Fi and Bluetooth with the low energy natively, and is also extremely power efficient, which is essential when nodes may be operating on solar power plant in the desert. The NEO 6M GPS module, it gives us 10 Hertz location updates with 161 dBm sensitivity, enough to get a fix even in challenging signal environment. And for long range communication, the LoRa RA02 module operating at 433 megahertz provides up to 5 kilometers of range, critical for desert and coastal deployments. And on power side, each node combines a small solar panel with a 5000 mAh lithium battery. In our desert testing, this combination can give us 21 continuous days of autonomous operation. So these hardware selection, the hardware devices are very important. They play a crucial role in terms of implementing the system. On the protocol side, we are not committed to one technology. The system selects the optimal communication channel based on the deployment zone. If you are working in the city area, we have a different requirement. If you're working in the desert area, we have different requirement, and accordingly, we can change the technology, the protocol, which we want to use. Talking about the research methodology, which follows 5-phase approach across 10 months, designed to move systematically from concept to the deployment. Phase 1 focused on architecture and requirements, also the literature review, functional and non-functional specifications from sector stakeholders, and making the final hardware decisions. Phase 2 is prototype development, where we are currently working on this, building the physical tracking nodes, integrating all sensors, running initial connectivity, and accuracy test in controlled conditions. Phase 3, the one that gives this research its quantitative backbone, was performance evaluation across all 4 geographical areas, measuring latency, tracking accuracy, packet loss, battery life of the components, and system uptime under real operating conditions. Phase 4, the practical demonstration, deploying the system with actual partners in logistics, environmental monitoring, public services, and measuring the real-world operational impact. Phase 5 will be focusing on documentation and the dissemination. Moving on, the experimental setup, we evaluated the system across 4 deliberately chosen zones, each representing a fundamentally different operational zone. So basically, if you see zone A, zone B, zone C, and zone D, each of them, they are having different requirements. They are placed on different geographical conditions. The urban Muscat is our baseline, where we have excellent cellular coverage, high building density, moderate electromagnetic noise. This is where the system performs best. with 245 milliseconds average latency, 3.2 meter accuracy, and 99.2% uptime, the best performance the system provides to us. Zone B, where the empty quarter desert is the stress test where we have issues, in terms of no cellular infrastructure, extreme temperatures, dust, and humidity fluctuations. Latency climbs up to 412 ms. Our system falls back to LoRaWAN, and uptime drops to 97.5%. Still, which is operationally viable, but the engineering constraints are real. Moving on to Zone C, Salalah Coast introduces the monsoon variable. Humidity is high, exceeding up to 90% during the Kharif season, which affects the sensor calibration and antenna performance. 298 ms latency and 98.7% uptime. The fourth zone is the industrial zone. Sohar presents heavy electromagnetic interference from machinery and port equipment. We achieved 267 ms and 99.0 uptime here, which validates the system's interference resilience. The statistical analysis based on the synthetic data using ANOVA confirmed that the differences between zones are significant at p less than 0.05. The desert zone is the clear outlier, and that shapes our future work on 5G and satellite connectivity. We need to work more on the desert zone in terms of improving our system. Let me give you some statistics based on our synthetic data analytics. Across all four zones combined, coverage latency is 305 milliseconds. For a real-time tracking application, this is well within the threshold for operational decision making. Tracking accuracy averages 4.2 meters. In logistics and asset management context, this is more than sufficient. You can locate a vehicle, a piece of equipment, or a container to within the footprint of the object itself. That means you can locate any shipment, any container within the range of 4.2 meters, which is a highly accurate system. Mean system uptime across all zones is 98.6%, which is again a good number, which is fewer than 6 hours of total downtime per month. Again, which is operationally acceptable. The bar charts, which you see, shows the full breakdown. You can clearly see the latency spike in the desert zone. That amber bar is the LoRaWAN fallback at work, and the uptime chart that even under the most challenging conditions, we stayed above 97.5%. And the maximum packet loss was 2.5% in the desert. All other zones stayed below 1.5%. So these are not simulated, these are not the results which can be actually proven true in the real world conditions, but the proposed system proves that it can be a good case for implementation. Talking about practical demonstration, numbers only tell half of the story. Let me explain you through the 3 proposed real world deployments. Yes, doctor, thank you. I just spoke about the results earlier, and now I'll conclude by just the key part of the research, which is the last one here. This research, how it contributes in terms of academic work and in terms of the national goals. On the left side, if you see here, there are 4 academic contributions. The first one is contextual framework. We have produced that IoT tracking architecture, which is specifically engineered for Oman's geographical and operational diversity. The existing literature on IoT tracking is dominated by European and East Asian context. This work fills a genuine gap for MENA and GCC settings. Second, we have established a performance baseline. Future researchers and practitioners deploying IoT in similar kind of environment now will have a concrete benchmarks to design, test against, and compare their work. Third, the phase methodology we documented is a replicable implementation blueprint, not just a theoretical model, but partnered with the agencies and industry where the actual implementations can be done. On the right-hand side, mapping our work with the national goals. This is important for the broader conference audience. Every single contribution maps directly onto the pillar of Oman Vision 2040. Digital transformation, economic diversification, sustainable development, and innovation ecosystem building. For Oman, this research is not just an academic exercise, it's a proof of concept for the kind of infrastructure investment that Vision 2040 demands. That alignment has been deliberate from the very first design decision. There are some challenges as well. Quickly, let me conclude with that. No research is complete without an honest account of its limitations. First is connectivity. The empty quarter in the desert area is genuinely hostile to wireless communication, which was solved by LoRaWAN, but still that problem is there. Secondly, the power management. Our solar plus battery nodes performed well, but there are issues. Sensor drift, extreme heat and coastal humidity caused calibration drift in temperature, and they require periodic field calibration. And fourth is the scalability. The current prototype can be validated for 100 nodes, but we understand that 100 nodes are not enough to manage the infrastructure across Oman. So these are some of the limitations, and there are some future research directions on the right side, which can be picked up by the upcoming researchers, and they can work on this field. With that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you so much, and we can have questions.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for this nice presentation and lecture. And you know we are there in digitalization, and which is in alignment as you have seen with Oman Vision 2040. My question is a technology sensitivity and challenge with regard to any technological application. Specifically, how this project or application will be integrated with the recent trends which are pervading, not a day by day, but maybe a second by second. The integration between these different, application and different systems. And have you looked to discuss on this integration between these systems to make your project applicable?
Thank you for the question, Doctor. It's a valid question in terms of how can this kind of system be scalable across the region and the current costing of the system which we are producing. So when we are testing this system, we are trying to use the latest devices, latest sensors, latest as in to say that with the maximum capability, even the lithium batteries, how we can use it up to the maximum, the sensors for the Wi-Fi connectivity. So all the equipments which we have selected, they are selected based on the requirements. So the prototype development is cost effective for testing purpose. But when it comes to scaling it to the national level, as you said, as I mentioned, it was only for 100 nodes. But definitely 100 nodes will not even fit into Muscat city itself. We require probably a couple of thousands of nodes. So scalability can always be a challenge for us. But by partnering with the industries, we can always think of finding an optimal solution which can be usable across the country.
Thank you very much for this answer. And my advice to you, and if you would like to make your project workable and sustainable, because our conference is about sustainability, is to take into your consideration not only the situation, you have to take into your consideration supply chain, because now we will have a big suffering from what's to supply chain of semiconductors and other technological assets. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you for the suggestion. Thank you. Thank you, all of you.
Now I would like to call for our second presentation in this field, Dr. Muna Ahmed Alawi. Dr. Muna is joining us from the Yale College, and he's going to give us a presentation with the title Impact of In-Country Value and Limitation of Small and Medium Enterprises in Oman. So we are going to have 10 minutes to present this presentation, and inshallah we will allow other students to answer.
خلاص تقدر تستخدمي هذا المايك أفضل بيكون. هذا المايك جنبي، هذا المايك بيكون أفضل.
اوكي
أو تدخل هذا.
ان شاء الله. خلاص عادي. السلام عليكم. I think good afternoon. This one? Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. This is me, Muna Alawi, from Gulf College. I'm presenting today. I have, of course, Mr. Sultan Al-Khuduri. He's the co-author. So today we are going to talk about the implementation. It's not. I have.
استخدم هذا
Huh?
ما واضح.
ما أعرف يقولوا ما واضح.
خلاص استخدم.
Okay. This one? Thank you. So today, inshallah, we are going to talk about the impact of in-country value implementation on the development of ICV, in the development of SMEs in Oman. We are also going to discuss the opportunities and the challenge for sustainable, of course, investment. It's not moving. I cannot move it. Sorry for technical. It's not moving. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I have to put the. Okay. Okay, thank you. So let's go to our, we can say, background of the study. As we know, of course, there is a global context. We can say a movement to nationalize. I will put my glasses, sorry for that. Okay. There is a, we can say, global shift to economic nationalization, and Oman, of course, is part of that nations. Through that, of course, Oman implement Oman vision. As part of that, we can say integration, or we can say movement. Oman also have like the ICV policy to help on that shift. And of course, it's a tool for the development of SMEs, and of course, for the, we can say, ecosystem consistent. There is a role of course, SMEs. As we know, it is the backbone of economic, and there is, of course, a big movement around the world and in Oman to, of course, to focus in the SMEs. Our problem statement, we focus, there is, of course, Oman as other GCC countries. We are focusing for our economy profit in oil and gas. Now, of course, there is a movement, of course, to integrate that and to move to non-hydrocarbon industries. So we found out there is a structure gap between integration the small and medium enterprise in Oman. There is, of course, barriers for that. We will talk about them later on. There is a finance construct for the SMEs to continue. And there is, of course, the operations between, of course, the policies. And, of course, the big companies competing with the SMEs. So the purpose of our research paper to investigate the in-country value program strategic in, of course, developing SMEs in Oman under the vision Oman 2040. We also going to aim to evaluate the ICV, how it integrates with SMEs in domestic chain and supply chain. So I'm having two, so it's difficult. So through that, we put 4 questions regarding ICV implementation, regarding the opportunity that ICV, we can say, provide for SMEs, and the challenge that SMEs face, and of course the pathway to, of course, to enhance through promoting, of course, the SMEs in investment. Of course, we cover many studies, we can say literature review. We found that the ICV theories, it's moving from rent, you can say, seeking to value creation. It's creating value for the SMEs. There is stabilities for the SMEs also regarding, of course, what giving opportunity for them, creating jobs, and of course, urbanization. There's a lot of, we can say, LRC requirements. This is, of course, part of the local content. There's, regarding, of course, ICV, there are 4, we can say, 3 mandatory mechanisms. The sourcing of ICV. So ICV is working as a source for recruitment. So by implementing ICV, we are, of course, requesting these big companies or big projects to recruit from SMEs as part of the local, we can say, companies in Oman. So we intend to return the value to the Omani society. Sorry. There's the ring fencing. Of course, there are many, what do you call it, many policy, many frameworks that, of course, encourage SMEs to financially, for example, especially, of course, those who are registered. There's also the ICV sourcing by incentive large company that, of course, make, or we can say, have investment with SMEs. The summary of the, we can say, the key summary of our literature review is, of course, as you can see here, we have empirical, we can say, proof that ICV is, of course, have a big, we can say, impact on talent management, and of course in the humanization. Also, there is, of course, many reports and national framework that, of course, regarding the financial of ICV and SMEs. there's, of course, the evaluation of Oman. So Oman is now moving to, of course, to localize a lot of products. And how did we, of course, come out with these? Of course, we used a systematic mathematical review. We, of course, analyze a lot of secondary data. We have, of course, academic sources, and we have, of course, the data from Riyadh, from Oman Invest Authority. We have, of course, analyzed the national budget in 2040 to 26. There's, of course, a coding policy that we use for 3 pillars: institution government, financial allocation, and the market access. To validate all these, of course, references, we use that framework, we can say academic frameworks and economic national, you can say nationalism and LRC, or local content requirements. This is, of course, the type of the review. We use also PRISMA protocol to evaluate our data, to collect our data, sorry. There's a peer reviewed, as I said before, and the official policy, official, we can say, report from different ministries and authorities in Oman. The time frame that we use all these data is from 2020 to 2026, sorry. And of course, the implementation of Oman Vision reports are there. We call 3-stage thematical censuses, and of course, the policy archive analysis. And of course, this, as I said before, we have many sources like Riyadh, Oman Investment, and so on. So let's move to this PRISMA. So as you can see, we started with 140 academic articles, and after that we exclude some of them because the reason behind that, of course, is they are not specified for Oman. Some of them are talking about, we can say, large enterprise, but we are focusing on SMEs. We also, regarding the reports, the national reports, some of them also was excluded because also they are talking of, did not address, of course, the challenge and the opportunity for SMEs, so we didn't consider them. Some of them, of course, also didn't talk about the sustainable of investment in Oman, and some of them are duplicated fundings. So we exclude these, we can say, sources, and we come out with 17 sources, is of course the main sources for the data analysis. We, through the analysis, we identify structural barriers. There's financial liquidity. So this is what SMEs are facing. They face a little bit what we can say delay in the payment for the contracts. So this is, of course, make the liquidity for them is difficult to continue. Some technical mismatch for these, so because there's no development for the SMEs. There's inconsistent regarding the ICV reports from the different ministries. So we will suggest, of course, to have, from, or we can say, standard reports. There's the data integrity. We need, of course, a platform like Takamul, to, of course, for that ICB, and SMEs reports. Despite, of course, 130,359 SMEs registered in Oman, the only 294 scored and scaled to become medium enterprise. And the GB, you can say, GDP for the contribution for the Oman economy was only 21, though, of course, in Oman Vision, the goal was over 30. But on the other hand, of course, the non-hydrocarbon, of course, development or growth is considered. So we have, of course, reached 28.7 billion Omani Riyal by 2025. This is, of course, from the Ministry of Economy. So part of it, 21, is going for the SMEs. So you can see, of course, the development of non-hydrocarbon. So this is the shift that Oman. Okay, so Okay, I will go. So we'll go for the academic contribution. This is one of them, the first systematic review for regarding SMEs and the ICV, we can say, and policy. And for technical contribution, there is, of course, the policy framework office. We can say there is the matrix that for the stakeholder. There's we found out that the financial structure in Oman is huge. Some of them like Future Fund Oman, Al-Azm. These are all, of course, what framework or policy that encourage SMEs, or we can say support SMEs and contribute to their development. Recommendation, we recommend that the policy integration, so that the metrics of reporting should be standard. We also recommend that the foreign development in the, we can say, foreign direct investment, we can say, get partnership with SMEs, and of course the government will give them incentives regarding the contract. There is, of course, what we can say scaling program. So here, especially for technology, we hope that the SMEs also go for these technology project. There is, of course, alignment of education and training with, of course, the needs or the skill gaps that we have in the market. Implications. So Oman successfully, we can say, moved to non-hydrocarbon reliant, and of course we are starting to, of course, produce domestic than only produce. For we can say future research, we hope that the researcher to do research on AI and SMEs, green ICV and talent retention, especially for we can say the vocational training education. So there's a demand to study these, we can say, 3 points. And that's it. Thank you. So if you have any question, please feel free. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So any question? So thank you. Yeah. Sorry, again, how? Please, here we have Sultan, perhaps he will answer, so he will participate. Can you stand here?
So we will measure, or we will do the effect, and we will take the result from the statistical data, from the SSI, National Center for Information, and we will change the share on the GDP, from the SME on the in this way we will verify the
we have also the Ghima. You can, it's part of our contribution to the Omani, we can say, society. He can talk about it. Platform. contribution. How they add value, of course, to the SMEs. Yeah, yeah. I hope so also. We hope so. Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much for this valuable speech. I'm taking this opportunity to comment only to have the relevant system these academic people. Only my question. I would like to, in the future, to take the context that you have been to theoretical model and theory based on. You are talking about ICV. As you have mentioned, the ICV, it has been put in the capitalism context, in the West. And how you can match between these theoretical models and SME in Oman, because essence of SME, not only in Oman, but worldwide, is not the industrial sector. It could be service sector, it could be digital sector, and that, because actually we don't have, we should not forget that Oman till now is in the process and developing to be industrial country. This is only, I think, because we should take into consideration. And we are talking about FBI and their contribution to these models of to SMEs in Oman. It's a big difference between multinational corporates, which have their own dreams to collect huge capital, and SMEs in terms of their objectives and review and trying to be sustainable and human.
Thank you. Okay, okay. Okay. Logistic. About contribution? Global. First of all, I would highlight that ICV, first we can say introduced was into 2013 in the oil and gas. Now, of course, Oman is moving it to the all sectors. So we are trying to, we can say, add value to all sectors using ICV different pillars. And this is, of course, supported by the Oman Vision 2040. Regarding, we can say, the theoretical, we collected all, we can say, the studies that covered ICV and SMEs in Oman. So our focus was in Oman because we are focusing on how the ICV implementation, of course, what we can say, upgrade or we can say lift the SMEs in Oman. so they will be part of the economy. I don't know if I answer your question. Thank you. He have a question. Welcome. Yeah. Talent retention. So my master, we can say, thesis was in talent retention in higher education. I also, we can say, work with my colleagues in Gulf College. We already, we can say, started another research paper regarding talent retention for Omanis only. Okay, so the effect of, we can say, the effect of talents in education is, especially in higher education, is important because we want to retain and to ensure that stability of education through retention. We covered, I think, different reasons, like financial reasons, perhaps like administrative reasons, why they are, we can say, resigning from higher education and from what do you call it, vocational training centers. I don't know. So we are trying, of course, to find out a solution regarding this with my colleagues. We already, we can say, sent our survey for all the institution. We hope that we get results to analyze and to, of course, publish that because it's a really important issue because we don't find a lot of Omanis in different institutions. Okay? Thank you.
రావట్లేదు అది
First of all, I would like to thank to the ICBS 2026 committee and as well as our chair and co-chair and my dear friends, student friends and as well as senior faculty members, those who present here. And today we are going to present a very interesting topic that is transforming knowledge, dynamics, a mixed method investigation of generative AI enabled knowledge management for organizational innovation. So today, basically the three important words we experience every day, that is generative AI, knowledge management, and organizational innovation. So relating to this, and we mainly focus on our study explores generative AI role in knowledge management, and we have used the mixed methods approach, mainly focus on knowledge management innovation outcomes, and the remaining highlighted things of our research will continue by my and co-author Dr. Veena Tiwari. Actually, we are three authors here with my HOD Dr. Amal Alalawi, but she will be presenting with me. And
the implementation of body of the knowledge, and we can say that it can make the organizations more innovative, not only in terms of sharing, but also in terms of storing the data, in terms of making the knowledge more insightful for the future usage. And one of the research which was done by Deloitte in 2024 is also supported this kind of independent evidence that around 67% of the organizations across the globe, not only on Oman but in the emerging nations, are using AI and making their reports and knowledge, tactic knowledge into explicit knowledge by 57%. And our study, it shows that innovation can be developed 34% more advanced level when organizations are using AI, generative AI, to create the knowledge, to create and to store the knowledge. One more very important thing which I should mention here, yes, the data was collected from India, Oman, and Italy, and from 247 organizations by the structured interview and unstructured, study. So this is all, but I hope we are okay with the question. What are your time? Or do I have more time? So I would just also like to add here that when using the modified framework which we have proposed, it's about the CCI framework mediated by the OE model, which is the mediating factor in the study. We have basically included all the knowledge in terms of organizations. We have included the manufacturing sector, technology sector, and knowledge sector. Yes. So how many companies in Oman? They must be around 20 plus or less than that. India is much more, and India was more than that. And when we talk about the scientific knowledge, professors, then we are mostly talking about the practical knowledge. I would just like to end here that generative AI should be, there was a quote from somewhere that generative AI should be used for sharing experiences to create insights for people. And that is a really good quote. Thank you so much. Thank you for listening.
Okay, now moving to our fourth presentation. Moving forward, Sohaila Afidi, please. She will give us a presentation on venture finance and for sustainable vision. So the floor is yours,
Assalamu alaikum everyone, good afternoon, thanks for being here today. My name is Sohaila Afidi. I'm a second year master's student at Hamad Khalil University in Doha, and today I have this honor to present my research titled How Blended Finance and Loose Food Can Support Sustainable Teaching Conditions. That's why I chose a real and case study in the country of Iran to analyze the Iran's transitions from bottom solid to light transition. As we know, oceans can play a critical role in the world unsustainable and destructive practices such as bottom trawling. So sustainable fishing is not we can say that it is not an environmental concern, but also it can be a economic and society necessities because it can support food security and long-term resource resilience. When I wanted to start my research, I decided to choose one real case study. That's why I chose Iran. Iran has made a lot of efforts to develop its deep sea fishing, especially when it comes to catching one specific fish, which is called lanternfish. But the problem is that due to the lack of advanced deep sea fishing technology in Iran, Iran was forced to enter into one agreement with China in 2016. And unfortunately, still this agreement remains. The problem is that Chinese vessels use some actually China used some industrial vessels to catch the fishes, and the way that they are using is actually bottom trawling. As you can see in the picture, there are some big ships that they are using extremely heavy nets to catch the fishes. So we can say that they almost clean the oceans. So there are no more fish in the seas that those coastal fisheries that can catch them. And also from environmental perspective, we can say that it has a lot of negative impacts on the environment because it can increase the bycatch. And this situation actually shows a broader governance and finance gaps that pushes Iran toward a more sustainable way. So maybe you ask this question that why sustainable fishing is important. I'm almost completely sure that most of you know about sustainable development goals, and my case study relates to 4 different sustainable development goals. The first one is regarding to SDG 14, which is about life below water. So as I said before, bottom trawling leads to severe environmental damage. For example, high bycatch, also it can increase blue carbon release. And also, because most of the fisheries in Iran, they lost their jobs because there are no more fish in order to catch. So we can say that it's almost related to SDG 8 as well. And also, regarding to SDG 12, we should say that it reflects the weak adoption of selective and responsible production of methods. And also, because of due to limited investment in sustainability and fishing technology, it can show the gaps in SDG 19 as well. But we cannot say that Iran didn't do anything in this regard. Of course, we have some seasonal bans and also artificial reliefs, but the problem is that the lack of scalability and monitoring. So the objective of my research is 2 main things. First of all, to analyze the ecological and social economic of these agreements, and secondly, to examine feasible sustainable fishing practices in Iran and how with innovative financing methods we can actually tackle this problem. So my research actually follows a qualitative methodology, and that's why we rely on secondary data. We gather different data from different resources such as Food and Agriculture Organizations, World Bank, Asian and Development Bank, international finance corporations, and of course national fisheries reports in Iran. Then we decided to conduct a comparative benchmarking. That's why we chose 4 different countries that they are the best leaders in the sustainable fishing. After that, we came up with our own model and financial framework. So as you can see in the table, we chose Norway, New Zealand, Japan, South Korea, and Iceland. When it comes to Norway, we can say that actually they use some science-based quota system. It is partially visible in Iran, but the problem is that it needs advanced technology and institutional capacity unfortunately lacks in Iran. New Zealand is almost the same as Norway. Actually, they use individual transferable quotas for those fisheries. But it is limited feasibility because we don't have those specific legal frameworks in Iran. But the best way, I believe that Japan and South Korea, because they use some special light to catch the fishes, and this is the most sustainable way to catching the fish, especially when it comes to lanternfish. This is highly visible in Iran, but the problem is that those specific lights for catching the fishes, it is extremely expensive and it needs high investment. And when it comes to Iceland, we should say that they have some seasonal closures and marine protected areas. We do have these things in Iran, but they are not actually extremely effective. That's why for tackling this problem, we went through the different sustainable finance instruments. I'm completely sure that as finance people, maybe you know most of these sustainable finance instruments, but for those people who may not familiar with them, I should say that if I want to choose grant-based, philanthropic, and minor finance tools, and they are good, but for pilot projects, and there are temporary solutions, and they lack long-term scalability. When it comes to impact investing and social bonds, we should say that they deliver notable social outcomes, but unfortunately, if we want to implement them in Iran, they lack transparency. When it comes to blue bonds and sukuk, we should say that I'm completely sure that you know that what is the difference between bonds and sukuk. Sukuk means Islamic bonds. So those countries, for example, like Iran, like Qatar, because they are Islamic, they are not allowed to issue bonds. That's why they should go for sukuk. So we can almost say that Iran has enough infrastructures for issuing the sukuk, but let me say something, that it is not blue sukuk or green sukuk, just it doesn't have the term of sustainability. And the last one is blended finance. Actually, blended finance means the ability to attract private and also public partnership in order to de-risk the project. So among all of them, we want to go for the blue bonds sukuk and for blended finance. As you can see in this figure, I actually designed these figures myself. As you can see in the above, we have sukuk holders. They are almost investors, including institutional funds, private investors, banks, and pension funds. Actually, they invest money in Iran Fisheries Blue Sukuk Fund. Actually, I just give this name to this. It acts as a sukuk issuer. So after IFPSF getting these funds from sukuk holders, they will give it to marine equipment leasing company as a soft loans, because like I said before, in Iran we don't have specific tools or technologies for catching those fishes. So we should import those technology tools from somewhere. That's why we need money, and these marine equipment leasing companies actually import those tools, and they will give it to fishing cooperatives. After that, cooperatives, they will actually use those tools, and they catch the fish, and they will sell it, and it's like a cycle. They pay the rental payments, and also the leasing company repay the loans, and after that, the profit and the profit of this project will be distributed among sukuk holders. But maybe for those people who believe that this project is so risky, so just not for private investors, they will put their money. We need one guarantee, something that give this assurance to investors that although it is risky, but you have some support and guarantee. That's why we should pay attention to the role of the government, that capitalize the investment with government funding and also debt service reserve fund. As we know, this project actually is based on asset-backed sukuk by the leasing contracts, and also because we have the support of government, so it is somehow de-risking. And there is no... Yeah, definitely. And there is no upfront capital required from the fisheries. And as we know, we have different sustainable fisheries, methods of fishing, but the problem is the lack of governance constraints and also financial things. The framework that I propose actually decrease the upfront costs. And as we know, beyond Iran, these findings can transferable to other countries, even in GCC countries. And the concept of blue finance has gaining more and more popularity these days. Not only regarding to fishing, but also regarding to aquaculture as well. Thank you so much for your hearing. Underline what? Say, for example, sometimes some people believe that this project is so costly. And as we know, if the government participate in the, for example, the project, maybe we cannot say that, okay, all those private investors will put the money in our project as well. So I think I should say that it's a bit risky. Well, actually, my theory was that because it's a real problem in Iran, although we have the capacity of catching the fish themselves, not only Iran, but also a lot of countries, but the problem is that because we don't have the technology and also we don't have money, how we can tackle this problem? It was my theory. You're welcome.
Thank you very much for fantastic, flashing, of your presentation. Only one question: are the results obtained before or after the war?
Before the war, honestly.
That means you have an opportunity to look again and see if there is a fish or we don't have a fish. I hope that we will have a fish and a beautiful fish.
Inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Is my voice clear or? Assalamu alaikum, everyone. This is Zahra Muhammad Nadabi, and my topic is a little bit different because it's talk about sustainable tourism, while you have a really different topics. So my presentation will be about sustainable destination management plan. I choose specifically Al-Qarm. So starting with the content, I will start with introduction. Then analyzing the current situation in Al-Qarm, the challenges and areas for improvement, then strategies and initiatives to promote sustainable tourism development, then suggestions and recommendations, and finally the conclusion. So starting with the introduction, as we know that we don't need to attract so many tourists while we are ignoring the environment, the social and the culture of that country, because that will destroy and damage the environment in that specific country. That's why a sustainable destination management plan is very important in each region. So in my research, I used the Global Sustainable Tourism Council destination criteria, which has 4 main specific sections. The first one is the management, the sustainable management. Then the environmental sustainability. After that, the third point is the cultural sustainability.
and finally, the socio-economic sustainability. So in my research, I mainly focused on three main attractions, which are the Royal Opera House, the Al Qarm Beach, and the Mangrove Natural Reserve. Actually, I tried my best to combine between the cultural and natural attractions in Al Qarm region. That's what will make this research valuable. So the Sustainable Destination Management Plan, it's like the roadmap for any destination to follow and create a balance between all the stakeholders. So starting with the first point, which is analyze the current situation in Al Qarm. The first thing that I looked at, which is the job opportunities, I found that job opportunities, this results actually came from the interviews that were done with the people, different stakeholders in the society. So the first point, which is job opportunities, we found that job opportunities are there because of tourism, but unfortunately humanization is low. Then the local and their engagement in planning and taking their opinion. Actually, after asking the locals, they say that they are not engaging in the planning steps. Then satisfaction level of visitors. The visitors are satisfied, fully satisfied about the region. Then respecting norms and traditions by the visitors. The visitors are respecting the norms, they are dressing properly, but there is some exceptions. Then finally, the government's role in protecting the environment and adapting strategies to develop tourism in Al Qarm. There is a little strategies, but maybe they are not implemented. Then the challenges and areas for improvement. The first challenge, which is the smaller number of interested people in sustainable tourism, as there are not so many people know and they are not familiar with the term sustainable tourism. Then the high cost of being sustainable, as you all know that it's really high cost, and it costs the country a lot to start from the scratch, from the zero. Then there is no clear policies and strategies in Oman that regarding the sustainable tourism. Finally, the readiness of the attractions to serve the visitors as a sustainable attractions. To overcome these challenges, we have strategies and initiatives to promote sustainable tourism development. The first one, which is having a clear strategy to improve and enhance the sustainable tourism in Oman. And I agree with this point so much, because if you have a clear strategy, you will go and follow this strategy, and this will make you make it really easy for you to follow and achieve. Then set a clear regulations for all stakeholders to follow, so it will be easy for the stakeholders to follow these regulations, and this will make the country sustainable. Then encourage the tourism businesses that follow sustainability standards, like setting a price or making them encouraged to follow the sustainable practices. Then engage the local communities, because they are a very important part from the society. So we should engage them in every step of the sustainable development. And finally, improve the basic infrastructure, because the infrastructure in each country is the most important thing on it. Then we take like example from different countries to take advantage here in Oman. For example, the Olympic House in Switzerland, where the Opera House can take into consideration the Olympic House, so they can use the solar energy and reduce the energy used there. Then the beach management in Malta. It has a really good campaigns that the locals are doing there to clean the beach, and there is like for disabilities people, they can go there, so it's accessible for everyone. And finally, Khor Kalba Mangrove Center, which is in the UAE. where Al Qurm Natural Reserve can take into account this mangrove center. It's very interesting there because in the mangrove area here we have in Al Qurm, it's like not used that much. It's like يعني unknown area. So making it known for everyone and telling everyone about the endangered species there, it would be a really amazing idea. Then for conclusion, the main findings that we get from this research, the first thing, we should have a really clear sustainable plan. Then the collaboration of all stakeholders on the destination, because sustainability is not responsible for one entity. It's a collaboration of all stakeholders, or the society, the government, and the private sector. And finally, and most importantly, the effective implementation, because saying is not getting benefit, we should go and implement this plan. And don't forget that sustainability is not a goal or something you can write. It's a continuous process. We need to go and take a step. Thank you for your listening. You know, this research, it was a project for a subject which is sustainable tourism. Yeah, because it was my first year in the university. Inshallah. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, for the same topic, you mean? For the same topic? Okay, for the same topic, maybe I will include the quantitative data, because I think, yani, yes, I got the information I need for this research, but the quantitative data will make it more meaningful, maybe, and having a wide range of the respondents, as we can say. Thank you so much. كان في حد يريد يسأل هناك. Thank you for your question. I think marketing is a really important thing, as I'm really focusing on the Mangrove Natural Reserve, which is in Al Qurm. I don't know if you know about it, but it's يعني, what we can say, no one know about it. It's a really amazing place. It has endangered species, a lot of birds kinds, but it needs marketing and it needs to be more organized. So if we worked more on marketing those destinations, it will be really amazing. If you know Khor Kalba in the UAE, it has so many lodges, so the visitors, they can go and stay there. Why we don't do this here? So it will be a really amazing idea to teach the visitors and tell them about the animals and the special species we have there in the reserve. So thank you for your question. Thank you for your attention. See you.
Hello.
Here it's coming already, sir. Good afternoon. Closer. Good afternoon, everyone. Today our paper related to the how to detect the fake companies and transactions using AI in Oman commercial sectors. So actually here related to the transactions and identifying the fake companies as the major issue in the real world. When you want to be invest to into any company, or you want to do any transactions while using the bank sectors or any transfers, we need to be believe that whether you are sending to the real company or fake company, or you are receiving from any amount from a real source or fake source. Sometimes many people were trapped due to this in many areas. So how to identify this? How to improve these type of things in the real time to improve the business? So generally in every business, there are different types of transactions we can expect. So from the deposits onwards, up to the transactions level, what is the importance of this identification of fake companies as well as transactions? So in between these two, to identify this, we want to be implement or introduce the AI to identify these type of companies to protect from the unauthorized access or unauthorized transactions or fake companies to be identified. And sometimes we can see that some advertisements are posting job vacancies. We don't know that whether it is good or not. or we can say fake or correct company. So how to identify this? Generally, depends on the particular name, we cannot believe that as this is good or not. Or based on their transactions, we cannot believe that it is good or not. So in between that, we want to be implement this type of AI technology to identify that. For that, we are introducing two different technologies. There are many companies are using AI, but still, if you observe that in last 4 years back or 5 years back in the Oman, different credit card fraud detection was happened. It was detected by some companies after many transactions. So many people got suffered from the bank Muscat or from other banks also. This was happened, and real example, we know many people who got suffered. So how to identify that? No person was did anything, but still the amount was deducted from some of the credit cards. So how to identify that? Who is responsible for that to identify? So this is very important in the real time or real world. So for that purpose, in between the transaction and while transferring from the debit to credit or credit to debit, from where to where the transaction is going, whether it is deducting from the real source or whether it is going to credit to the real target. So between that, we want to be implement for every transaction is to be identified, or that should be done under the surveillance of AI. So here we are using two different types of technologies. One is isolation forest and auto encoder. These two are the technologies of the AI which we are implementing in between the transactions. Transaction means each transaction contain, you know that as we all are as related to the business, debit, credit, then only one transaction will complete. So in that between the debit and credit, these two technologies are going to be taken place. They can be identify that source and destination. So the remaining will continue.
So this methodology you can see here using what we had our colleague, my colleague has discussed about the fraud detection in the companies. So we have used a methodology of data acquisition from the previous companies and to register and ownership data, and we're going to transaction of logs and complaints records. So using this one, and we're going to have data preparation using cleaning, normalization, and coding techniques. We are used in future engineering for behavior of identifying the different patterns. And detection and scoring, the hybrid anomaly detection, we used some of these performance metrics to find out this better results. So risk scores assigns to the entities and transactions. So we have used a role-based access of encryption and alignment of with Oman commercial anti-fraud regulations. So as ensembling the approach, isolation forest, as he told, the isolation forest and auto encoding, these two techniques we have used to combine, and we used in combined decision fuses anomaly scores to improve the detection and strength and reduce the false positiveness. So in the confusion matrix, we have the false positiveness we can find out with. So the data sets we are using, a PaySim is an organization where we use data sets to find out the results in the Oman, and through the evaluation metrics, we find out the metrics are accuracy, precision, recall, F1 score, and the false positive rate and false negative rate. We use the Python code to implement these data sets, and we get that future selection on this data. So these are the results we got. We have compared these results with this algorithm, CNN and AlexNet, and we have proposed this algorithm with combining of these two things. We'll got the better results when it compared to the previous research. The precision and accuracy is 98.56 and 98.34. So the highlights of our results are with an highest precision of 98.56 and accuracy is 98.34. So we have a conclusion at the end. AI-driven fraud detection can significantly strengthen Oman digital commercial environment. We can find out the fraud detection using this mechanism of a framework and hybrid isolation, forest, and auto-encoding. As we have discussed, these two things we can improve the detection accuracy and reliability, and identify and verification of risk scoring and compliance terms to the model outputs. And the framework contributes the safer digital business processing. So this is our conclusion, where the practical implications will adopt through the AI-enabled monitoring. So this is...
See here, this is based on this hybrid model. We are finding that already there are many researchers are done on this topic, but main focus here, main contribution from our side is how to identify accurately with more accurate. So for the more accurate purpose, we implemented these two by combining two different technologies, AI technologies, as a hybrid model. So thank you for everyone, and if you have any clarification, please welcome. Thank you, sir. I mean the gap which is already available from the previous researcher, sir? Gap, yes. Still, as we shown that here, this is not generally, see, one minute. Generally, AI is the tool will help us to take suggestions. It is not 100%. So that is still the gap is there. That's why we are not showing any research till now which are presented. No one can confirm that this is 100%. So still there is a different model we can develop to change or improve the accuracy level. Still we reach it by using these two based on the collected data which is already available. We reach it up to 98%. Maybe some people can do the same research by using same two technologies. They may get different results with the help of different data. So on the same data, when they are working with the different tools, if they reach the higher, that is the gap. Yeah. The source you mean, or you want to see the data? Type of data, transactions. This is real-time data which is already provided by the company called PISIM, which is already available in the Kaggle as the data source. Kaggle is the source where we can find different type of free resources, free sources of the data sets. And here, we have here, this is, yeah, PISIM is the company which is already generated for the mobile application purpose to simulate. This is an open data set, anyone can access. Thank you, sir.
Any questions?
Thank you very much. Yeah. Applied to another region, you mean? Yes. Generally, we can apply. Once you tested, this is not based on the region wise. Since it is related, it is not having any barriers of the region, we can apply in any area. So this is not related to the region based. This is the data which is related to the transactions. So the transaction is same from one region to another region. Thank you for your question. Any other, please? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we thought that the opportunity here could be the family businesses and SMEs, which could play a pivotal source of private sector jobs and economic renewal in terms of two sides, creation of jobs and also quality. So the gap that we're creating here is that many firms, many family firms especially, struggle to facilitate these local routes into sustainable innovation and durable job creation. So the main problematic or the question in simple terms to be direct is how do strategic communication, which is the first atom, and territorial intelligence, which is the second which interact to bridge this gap. So we're trying to answer this main question. Next slide, please. Can we move on to the next slide, please? Thank you. All right, so let me start with the defining the key capabilities you have. So the strategic communication, what we meant in this study is the purposeful use of communication to fulfill organizational missions, which means inside the family firms, it could align internal actors and across generations and external stakeholders around sustainability goals. While that the territorial intelligence practice which is devoted to obtaining, analyzing, and valuing knowledge about territory could also be helpful to get better results in terms of creation of jobs, in terms of quantity and quality. Next, thank you. And here we have the conceptual framework. I tried to put a figure here to be as clear as possible. Actually, we have integrated many items. The first one is the governance. The second as an amplifier, which is the women empowerment. The strategic communication is the main item we are trying to evaluate. The territorial intelligence as well. And their impact or effects on sustainable innovation and job creation, and all of this in 8 countries of MENA. Next, please. So based on this framework, and also we don't have many time limits to explain all the hypotheses. So I'm going to state in general that the hypothesis states or indicates that there is a positive relationship between the strategic communication, territorial intelligence, and sustainable innovation, which influences positively the job creation. So those hypotheses will be tested through a questionnaire that we're going to explain now in terms of methodology. Quickly, before methodology, literature review estimates actually the same thing, which is positive according to narrative reviews and according to so many studies done in the MENA region, in the 8 countries we have studied also. There is also a positive link between, or positive results between XT, which is strategic communication, and TI, and territorial intelligence, which directly drives to job creation and sustainable innovation. So for our study, especially what we did, we have based the paper on a quantitative approach, explanatory and cross-sectional design. We actually took as a population target the family-owned business operating in the MENA region for at least 5 years. And we have set 600 questionnaires, 600 interviews, and we have got 325 useful responses. So based on this, we have done, or we have used, the partial list square spectrum equation modeling, or what we call the PLS-ACEM, combined, of course, with qualitative thematic analysis for deeper insights to get the main findings. So here, the paper focuses actually on 8 MENA countries, including Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Emirates, and Morocco, among others, of course. And we have some sectors to get more detailed results. So there is manufacturing, the trade and retail, and also services. And also we have put that, like first of all, the generational stage is predominantly first for 57%, and the second generation for 43% of family firms. Alright, so here the main or the key quantitative results, so we won't go into details. So the communication work actually has a significant and positive impact on the job creation. And this through the intelligence that drives innovation. Because we have found that the statistics here, the data or the parameter, is less than 1% of significance. So we have a positive impact on sustainable innovation, and this sustainable innovation helps actually to create jobs. So the impact is positive between all of these 3 items. We have also tested the mediation, which is like the relationship between all the variables to see if they explain each other, and we have the mediation confirmed. So sustainable innovation partially mediates the link between territorial intelligence and job creation, so it could be a good tool to be based inside the family firms. In terms of qualitative insights, since we have done another analysis, we found that strategic communication acts as a radar, actually. We can even call it a radar, which means that it helps tracking local regulations and community needs. In simple terms, for example, in a family business entrepreneurship or a firm in general, if they put strategy communication inside or at the heart of their policy, this will help to get more local regulations and community needs. And also, we have trust-based partnerships. Here we have innovation often stems from local partners, and we have digital engagement, which states or indicates that social media and digital platforms accelerate the feedback loops and shape eco product changes. For our amplifiers, we have found that governance quality acts as an organizational amplifier, which means that it reduces friction between family business goals and ensures resource discipline, while that the women's empowerment acts as a boundary silence, which means that empowered women leaders strengthen external community ties. Actually, both of our amplifiers were integrated in the model as extra additional variables, like the Z variable. So, implications for practice, according to our study, state or stress that for family firms, we recommend, actually based on our results, to formalize stakeholder communication routine that would be positive activity rates, and also to build territorial knowledge dashboards that could help monitor local signals, which should give better results in terms of job creation, and also get integration of women's empowerment through clear leadership pathways. Actually, for the whole region, this could give a positive link according to our questionnaire or interview qualitative and quantitative base. So in terms of conclusion, just to get the main idea of this paper, when we imagine the scenario when we do have communication, strategy communication, and territorial intelligence inside the firm, of course, sustainable innovation and job creation are not just like these strategic outputs. So we have better results if we do put these inside the policy recommendations. Thank you for your attention. All questions are highly welcome.
Your question and answers are welcome, my dear. On behalf of Fatma, okay, I would just like to communicate with her and then I'll try to answer the question.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your insight and discussion. I have a question regarding Nina. Nina indicates however, in your sample, there is Saudi Arabia and UAE. I was wondering why the frequency is Thank you.
Fatma, that's a good presentation. Okay, there was a question which is asked by the audience. The issue is you have chosen MENA countries. Okay, in case of Middle East, MENA countries is concerned, can you just update me why you have chosen Saudi Arabia and UAE?
Actually, we have done a comparison between countries just to get UAE and Saudi Arabia have already put this strategic communication and territorial intelligence scenario inside some firms that we have contacted to get as a difference in different sample, just to get the comparison actually, just to compare the results.
Any more questions? Thank you, Mr. Fatma. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Fatima, for the nice presentation and release the strategic communication family business needs for the was done, and thank you very much.
Thank you, dear. Thank you for your valuable presence through online, remote mode. Thank you.
Thank you for having us. Thank you for this academic initiative. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Okay,
So can I start?
Yes, my dear, you can start the presentation.
Yes. தமிழுக்கு முதல் வணக்கம். Respected panel members, distinguished participants, and everyone attending this conference offline and online. Good afternoon. I am Gautam. Faculty, sir, have given me the opportunity to at this point of time, I would like to convey my gratitude and my
Mr. Ilangovan, just a few minutes. Sorry, my dear Ilangovan, you can start, my dear. Yes, go ahead, dear.
தமிழுக்கு முதல் வணக்கம். Respected panel members, distinguished participants, and everyone attending this conference. Good afternoon. I am Gautam Ilangovan, along with my co-author and faculty, T.C. Libishek, who has given me the opportunity to present here. At this point of time, I would like to convey my gratitude and co-peer Vishaka K, student at NSB World Business School, Bangalore. And I am pleased to present our study on international partnership and business regulation and Indian perspective. Can you move on to the next slide? Next slide, please. Let me begin with the context of our study. In today's globalized world, international partnerships are no longer optional. They have become a strategic necessity, like globalizing their operations. India, which once followed a closed economic model, has gradually transformed into a globally integrated economy. This shift has enabled India firms to actively engage cross-border alliances, allowing them to access advanced technology, foreign capital, and global expertise. At the same time, India's foreign policy has evolved from a non-aligned approach to one focus, that is economic engagement and collaboration. Joint venture and foreign direct investment partnerships have also played a crucial role in strengthening market resilience, and however the success of these collaborations largely depends on the regulatory framework, which determines how effectively such partnerships can function. So next, so moving forward, before saying, importance of globalization. Moving forward, globalization has significantly reshaped how production, finance, trade and innovation operate worldwide. International partnerships help firms share risk and resources, making them more competitive and sustainable. In India, today's scenario, economic liberalization has accelerated foreign investment inflows, making the country an attractive destination for global business. These partnerships also help organizations secure supply chain, especially in the times of geopolitical uncertainty. India today engages with multiple regions across Asia, all over Europe and North America, reflecting multi-vector approach to the global collaboration. Ultimately, such partnerships not only improve profitability but also contribute to long-term sustainability and growth. The next slide. Next slide. Thank you. Theoretical frameworks. To understand, can you go behind? One slide behind. Yes. To understand these partnerships deeply, we have applied four major theoretical perspectives. Firstly, the basic theory is institutional theory, which explains how regulations, norms, governance structure influence international partnership decisions. Secondly, the resource-based review, which highlights that firms can gain competitive advantage by leveraging their internal strengths when entering cross-border collaborations. Third is transaction cost economics, which suggests that when transaction costs are high, firms prefer joint ventures instead of simple market contracts. And final and foremost important theory for every company, those who go for international partnership, is dynamic capabilities theory, which emphasizes that firms that can adapt quickly to changing regulations and environments are more successful in international partnerships. Next slide. Objectives of this study. Based on these theoretical framework, our study focuses on several objectives. We aim to analyze how international partnerships function within Indian businesses, examine the regulatory frameworks governing cross-border collaboration, and evaluate the impact of FDA policies. So addition to this, we have also explored the role of intellectual property rights as well, access compliant requirements, and identify both challenges and opportunities that firms face in international partnership. This is the basic for our study, which helps to understand our understanding over international partnerships, and that is the conceptual framework. Our conceptual framework connects key elements such as the FDA policies, regulatory environment, intellectual property protection, and ESG compliance with partnership outcomes, or outcomes such as economic, strategic, and sustainability. It shows how these factors collectively influence. With all these outcomes, we evaluate business performance, investment inflows, and long-term sustainability in international collaboration. So this was our basis for doing our research to understand about the international partnership from an Indian perspective. Next. So now coming to our key findings, there are plenty of data, plenty internet websites, and plenty of research paper, but we have came with few key findings that can improve our understanding over international partnership and business regulations from an Indian perspective. So our data clearly shows that all sectors experience significant growth after entering international partnership. For instance, if you see IT sector demonstrate the highest increase, growing around from 90 billion USD to 150 billion USD. So highlighting its dominance in global collaboration. Similarly, you take emerging sectors like electronics and pharmaceuticals show rapid growth due to increased foreign partnership and technical transfer. Even if you take also the traditional sectors like textiles and automobile components have witnessed steady improvement, indicating that international collaboration benefits both advanced and developed industries. For example, to give you an example for automobile components, recently VinFast has entered Indian market by manufacturing EV cars, and few months back the first car has been taken out of the manufacturing unit. So these are some traditional investments of foreign cross-border collaborations. Overall, the data strongly support the idea that international partnerships drive economic growth and sector-wise development. Since there are sector-wise development, it collectively contributes to India's economy and India's growth. So next slide. So next let us look at regulatory reforms and challenges. India has taken several important steps to liberalizing the FTA limits in sectors like defense and retail. India's liberalization over this foreign trade has started ever since 1991 when LPG policy was presented by the late Prime Minister P. Narasimha Rao along with Finance Minister Manmohan Singh. So LPG stands for liberalization, privatization, globalization. So this mainly focus on liberalizing free trade, foreign trade by reducing taxes. So initiatives such as digital government and ease of doing business have further improved the investment climate. India has also signed major agreements like India UAE CETA and India Australia ECTA, strengthening trade relations. However, there are still challenges, issues such as inconsistent policy enforcement, procedural delays, and institutional inefficiencies continue to affect investors in confidence. So this ultimately reduces confidence among investors. Additionally, to give up to some points, more than 65% of firms face difficulty ESG reporting and compliance, which is becoming increasingly important in global partnership. ESG reporting is one of the factors in CSR where we have to interact with society and respond to environment. So this has becoming very important in global partnership. So next slide. To conclude my presentation, regulatory clarity plays a crucial role in success of international partnership. Improved ESG compliance can open doors to global capital and strengthen alliance. At the same time, India must work towards reducing the procedural delays due to stronger investor trust. FDI implementation has already contributed first-time inflows exceeding $70 billion annually, showing a positive momentum. Firms that are adaptable and responsible to regulatory changes will gain competitive advantage in forming successful partnerships. To put it in simple words, the firms that are flexible in adapting to changing business climate can lead and can sustain any conditions that prevail in business. Finally, consistent, predictable policies will ensure long-term resilience and enhance India's position in global economy. With this, I conclude my presentation and I thank for your time and attention. Thank you.
Your Q&As are welcome.
Open to questions.
Yes, Gautam, I'll transform with you, okay? Just be in line.
Okay.
Any questions, my dear friend, from the audience side? Yes, sir. Gautam, there was a question from one of the audience, okay, regarding, can you update me what is the source of data you have used it and what type of methodology you used for your research Wikimedia?
So we have collected from secondary data from several research papers and we have also gone through the websites, the official websites that India has, that from the Indian government, and comparative analytics approach. The secondary data was collected from reliable sources such as government reports, which I said, policy documents, industries publications, and publicly available databases. In terms of methodology, we adopted descriptive and analytical research design, and we analyzed sector-wise performance before and after international partnerships to understand the impact.
Thank you. Just 3 minutes, my dear. Is there any other? Is there any other questions, my dear?
Thank you, Dr. for this wonderful
Okay, the name is there. The name details are there. Okay, I'll take it.
How do you connect it with international partnership with business? Only my observation or next participation in that develop these papers will have develop the process to be international rather than be local. Thank you very much.
Thank you one and all for presenting over here. First of all, okay, it's really an excellent presentation for all the various authors from the international level, the faculty, some of the researchers from Morocco, India, and Qatar, and Oman. It's really mind-blowing, okay? So, first is the right time there are totally 8 presentations to be made, and out of 8 is concerned, 6 were offline and 2 were online. And it's the right time to announce the best presenter. Can anyone address me? Is there any options based on your system? Can you notice anything? Any idea from your side? Okay, so The best presentation goes to blended finance and blue sukuk or sustainable fishing. A case of Iran, transmission from bowling, trawling to light-based fishing. So to Ms. Sholia Dingan, Afifi, Dr. Dalal Asoli, for providing the best presentation memento, I request to Dr. Badr Khalid Hakim Al-Shabibi, Deputy of Assistant Vice Chancellor of Postgraduate, University of Technology and Applied Science. I request, please welcome sir on the dais to provide the mementos. Yes, welcome dear. Thank you to everyone present here. Yeah. Regarding the certificates for the other presenters, okay, the e-certificate will be provided for the presenters, and so is the time for lunch. So I request all the participants to proceed for lunch and join after the post lunch session. It will start in 2 p.m. Thank you for your question. So catch you at 2 p.m. my dear friend. Thank you. All the best.
بيكونوا نفس
لا
بعدين لازم نعلمهم. مشكلة.
هذه نفس السلوت ولا
So we start meeting or?
So we start meeting.
وسهلا. وين